Hey, welcome back. I'm back from vacation and we can resume making Automat. The black holes that you can see here, they are actually related to the topic that we have today. So I haven't been coding Automat in quite a bit, so I want to smoothly kind of get back to coding. So instead of focusing on the hard stuff, today we are going to do something fun, like drawing a black hole. In Automat, there is this trash in the corner of the screen, and this is where I would like to have this black hole. So when we are throwing out the object, I want in the corner of the screen black hole to appear. And this black hole should suck the object, so it should stretch, the object that you are dragging, it should stretch towards the black hole. And there is other trash area in Automat, which is around the canvas. I'm still not sure how I want it to look, because it works the same way as the black hole. So I will have to think about this. We will do this today, how to unify those two ideas. Anyway, when I've been on vacations, I collected some ideas about what we will do in Automat. Before I left, I recorded this retrospective video where I said about what we will need to accelerate Automat development. And one of those things was, one of those big ideas was to find a way to tap into external software ecosystems. So when you think about this, a lot of those external systems are kind of object-oriented, not object-oriented. There is some kind of system with external objects that we could manage remotely from Automat in that remote system, or create, manipulate, construct graphs out of them, this kind of stuff. So I was thinking maybe there is a way to do it in a generic way so that new systems will be easy to add. Once we come up with a generic system to manipulate external objects, maybe then it will be easy for Automat to manipulate a whole class of external objects. So I guess it will be easier to explain if we take an example. So let's take a browser. I'm thinking there could be many examples. We'll go with browser, but I've seen tons of places. For example, the audio subsystem, right, in your computer. It allows filters and pipelines of filters to be created, and inputs like programs or microphone can be routed through those filters to outputs. So that's another place where we could access all sorts of software libraries. C and C++, they also belong to this category. C is a little bit object-oriented because in C you have functions grouped into shared libraries which can be loaded, kind of like objects. And then once you call some functions from within those libraries, you can construct new objects at runtime and invoke their methods and so on. So literally all C and C++ libraries could be accessible, and that's very powerful. But browser is another nice example. Browser is like a completely isolated environment which has those tabs. Within a tab you have a tree of DOM elements with JavaScript, and all sorts of stuff is happening within a browser. So a browser can also be seen as this external entity where Automat could tap into and control. We could think about maybe SSH is not a great idea, but all sorts of remote connections are also allowed here. So let's say we will have a browser object within Automat. Starting from this browser object, the idea is that we will use the bubble menu to access different methods within the browser. All sorts of the methods will just do some action, like, I don't know, maximize and minimize the window. But some of those objects, some of those methods will, when called, will create a new object. For example, there could be a method that will access one of the tabs of the browser. First tab, last tab, no. And once we activate it, that would produce a new object, and it would also instantiate this method that created a tab, so that when we close and reopen Automat, Automat will be able to reconnect to the browser and reopen this tab. And once we have a tab, we could similarly access this bubble menu and find some element that we want to navigate to, kind of like CSS queries. It's a fairly simple idea, but this is a starting point that we can play with and see where it leads us. Now, there are more things that we could clean up in Automat. In addition to this gateway kind of idea, like the idea is to make it more uniform, so that different places which you can access from Automat, I want them to behave similarly. Another idea that would help with Automat, as it stands right now, is to make it a little bit more consistent about how on-off objects and how runnable objects behave. So the on-off object, I want to put some consistent element on them so that when you see them, you will immediately recognize that, hey, this is an on-off object. It can be switched on or off. And on those objects, we'll use those toggleable buttons. I think of something similar that we currently have on the macro recorder, so or the timeline, so that when you activate it, it will fill, and that's it. It will pass control immediately to the next, or maybe it will not pass control at all. Maybe it will. Anyway. We will also change the behavior of on-off objects, so that activation of an object will toggle it instead of always switch it on. Then for runnable objects, we will use, for each object that can be run, we will use some form of an icon printed or stamped on top of an object. And maybe also a button. Maybe this icon could be part of the button. I'll think about this. So the buttons that can be just invoked and buttons that can be toggled, I think they should look slightly differently. Yeah, I still am not sure how they could differ, but I know one thing. I know that icons should not be just simple shapes. I would like the icons to be Is this how you spell it? Silhouette. It would be nice if toggle buttons and because runnables can be cancelled, so in some sense in some sense all runnables are toggleable. Because they can be cancelled.
CP Chica says,
"Welcome back."
Hey. Yeah, a long time no see. I kind of forgot how Automat, like after 1.5 months, I almost forgot how Automat code looks internally. I opened Cursor, and there was this massive change which I have no idea what it even is. Okay. So I was talking about those buttons. I wanted to also bring some other kind of nice constraints. I would really like if toggleable button had some area where it could be toggled, some area where control flow would always switch it on, and an area where control flow would always cancel it. Anyway, those are just wishes, just recording random notes. There is one more thing which I think is inconsistent in Automat right now. Can I run it? Will it work? Yes, it will. So this is something that can be seen in mouse object. It's that we have two mouse objects which have very different sizes. So this is something that actually is useful. So see here, there is a mouse move object that is placed right next to the timeline. And this one is smaller, and because it's much smaller, it fits. So even though larger object is more convenient to manipulate normally, sometimes we want to minimize them. So I was thinking about introducing a new state for each object so that they just could be minimized and they wouldn't take as much space on screen. So when object is expanded, it will be allowed to have interactive areas, which things can happen. But once an object is minified, it will be a many action, bubble many action. It will stop being interactive, but it will always have constant size. And we could make them, for example, always 1 centimeter tall or 1 centimeter wide.
In the time you were away, approximately 17,296,000 babies were born.
Lots of babies. It had no relation to my vacation. I had no part in this. Just want to highlight that. Yeah. Okay, so I mentioned a couple of ideas, and all of those ideas, they are not just random things that we will change. They actually all fit together into this one small project of redesigning the mouse. So there is one more fun feature there that I haven't mentioned. So the new mouse is going to work differently. We'll have just one object called mouse, which is probably not even going to be part of this toolbar. I think I will, or maybe I will make mouse part of the toolbar. Anyway, once a mouse is placed, it will not have any icon here. It will be just plain mouse, and it will not even have this. This mouse object is going to serve just as a starting point, as a root object for this mechanism here, or this gateway mechanism. So you take mouse, you place it here, and when you open menu, it will show you different methods that you can invoke on the mouse. Invoking a method will activate it immediately. So the bubble menu, we will also change bubble menu so that it can be locked. Anyway, our mouse object will have one more feature, which I guess I have to mention. A new mechanism called flyers, or ads. So each object in Automat is going to show ads. That's the idea. So when you point on mouse, the mouse will be surrounded by flyers, like literally small paper leaflets that will fly from under the mouse, and they will form like a fan that you can then scroll through with mouse by moving your mouse around. Those flyers, the idea with them is that each of them will show you an offer to instantiate a new object related to the mouse. So mouse will have, I don't know, 10 flyers, for example, around it for mouse down, mouse up, like left mouse up, left mouse down, right mouse up, right mouse down. There will be a flyer for mouse movement, a flyer for scroll wheel, and grabbing one of those flyers will make a cache register sound, and it will kind of print a new object from the flyer. Like literally the object from the flyer will detach and will kind of move under your mouse. So it will be a new mechanism for creating related objects, ads. And there is a cool metaphor here of money, because money is kind of like memory, right? when you instantiate a new object, this new object is going to take some memory. And I guess once Automat becomes more memory hungry, we can actually add like a memory indicator in the corner, something that will tell you how much free memory do you still have on your system. And that will also show you that each object that you create counts towards this. So when you create a new object, this money counter in the corner of the screen will show you that, hey, you are slowly using your memory. And that deleting the objects, makes memory kind of go back to the pool of memory. Yeah, that's the idea. And that will, I guess it will be also very useful once Automat gets some like really memory intensive objects. And there are also nice extensions of this metaphor. For instance, hard drives, right? Hard drives offer much higher capacity of memory. Moving an object from Automat into a hard drive, for instance, serializing a heavy object, is kind of like selling it to a trader. So hard drives and external memory.
So that's why Microsoft chugs up system RAM. It all makes sense now.
Oh yeah. I think if we make this sound nice, it should really sound like coins. It could be pretty cool. So, going back to our mouse. So you drag just a generic mouse object which cannot do anything onto the screen. You point to it and it shows you different mouse actions that you can perform. Then you select an action that you want to activate, for example, mouse up or mouse down. When you click the flyer kind of activates, gives you an object that does something specific, and then you can put it somewhere and connect it with something else. This object will be large, and some objects will be interactive, like scroll wheel will be draggable, or they will offer some interactivity. And they will be minifiable. So by activating bubble menu on one of those objects, we'll also have the option to minify them. And then they will look like that. Mouse is actually a pretty problematic one, because activating any action on the mouse causes the system mouse to do something. So it's not the best example to play with interactively.
If got this correctly, you're proposing serializable object with .by and .cell API.
Yeah, and I'm really looking forward to those hard drives. Hard drives as traders, where you can sell the object and you can still see the object, that the trader has. And, like browsing the hard drive, this is also going to look nice, because when you browse a hard drive and you want to read an object, you literally kind of like buy it from them. The object has a price, like a file on a hard drive. So once you grab it, an Automat reads it so that it places it in an object, you will see how much memory you need to access different objects. And heavy object management is necessary, it's getting more and more important as we have those machine learning models. And videos and images, because they are kind of heavy objects. Text files, those objects, nobody cares. One of them takes a couple hundred bytes. So there will be one more mechanism that I would like to do. So, or two mechanisms. So let's start with the first one. The first one is persistent bubble menu. So right now when I open the bubble menu, it closes immediately. Nothing interesting. And a long time ago, when I was experimenting with radial menus, I noticed that most people, when they play with radial menus, they tend to click rather than press button. So most people, this is what they will see. Like they will click and what the hell is going on, right? It disappears immediately after I click. It takes a couple moments to realize that, hey, I have to hold the mouse button. So the idea is to make bubble menu persistent when you click it. So when you click it, the bubble menu will open and will not activate when you move your mouse out. So you'll be able to click, the bubble menu will stay, and you will be able to move your mouse away, do something. In this persistent bubble menu, you will be able to, first of all, drag this bubble around. This bubble menu will stay connected to the original object, which was used to create it. And clicking any of the options will, instead of activating the option immediately, will create an object that activates the option. So, I don't know, I don't have many interesting maybe this one has some options now. Oh yeah, for example this one, assembler. So I could open the registers menu and for example create an action that will toggle the visibility of some register. So this is something that will make it possible to build scripts. So everything that you execute directly through the menu will be scriptable by creating a sequence of those frozen actions. And for instance, actions that move the mouse, like this one, or actions that accept coordinates will also be able to accept coordinates like those. Okay, so persistent bubble menu, another idea we could have. One more is that our toolbar is fairly limited. Like when the window is small, the toolbar kind of extends beyond the edges of the screen. And it's not very customizable. if I wanted to play with it, to add new objects there, or like remove some of them that I don't want to, it's kind of hard to do that right now. So what I would like to do is to create some sort of screen overlay, editable screen overlay, so that this toolbar, once you access this screen overlay, you will be able to change the toolbar and attach other objects. And they will be attached to the screen, so that when you, for example, move around, they will not move. They will stay here. And the idea here is that if we have something like this, then our mouse object, now the one that I've said will be the source of, will be the starting point for all mouse actions. Instead of dragging this from menu to the screen and then selecting one of the flyers, it will be like even faster to activate. It will just be somewhere in the corner of the screen, and by pointing to it, it will show you a list of flyers that you can select and immediately create, instantiate one of those objects. So we can have many kind of wishes for our overlay layer. For instance, different objects may be attached at different positions on the window. So yeah, for instance, this macro recorder, instead of having macro recorder that I have to instantiate and put it in a toolbar, I could also have a macro recorder which is permanently attached to a corner of the screen. And when I activate it, it would create a timeline on the main canvas below the overlay layer. So all of the objects created by the overlay will be created on the content layer. A lot of those things are optional. So, but I think our mouse should be fairly straightforward. But to make this mouse work, we will either have to implement adds or resistant bubble menu, one of those two. Yeah, we'll think about this. And my hope is that by the end of the year, the mouse recording in Automat will be fully polished. So we will have Automat like that's the goal for Automat for the end of the year. Last year it was kind of semi-flaky, but now I would like to make it polished, and by polished I mean no crashes, no weird glitches. And if we do that next year we will pick another crazy ambitious project similar to Assembler that we've done at the start of this year. Okay, so that's the plan. Now let's switch on to the meat of today's session, which is the black hole animation. The first problem that I see is that when I grab an object, black hole kind of only has to appear if I don't see the edge of the screen. If I see the edge of the screen, I can also drop the object over the edge. So we even have this mechanism where, as you can see, black hole is just a cutout, like a cutout in the screen. I'm wondering how to implement this as a shader. So I'm thinking right now about the stretching animation. So what do we want? Black hole should be black. Then the boundary of black hole would have some kind of glowing region. This is a nice image. AI generated, but nice, nice. This one is also nice. I'm not sure if we can do this, if it's possible to do something like that on a white background. So we also have this thing here. When I grab this option, it shows kind of like those lines that pretend to be kind of falling or folding. So black fill is very boring. There needs to be something else to this. So ideally, black hole will have black fill, some kind of glowing matter falling inside, or circling around. And the dragged object should get stretched. So one of the problems issues, is that this canvas, it kind of sits over the black hole. And when I'm not dragging an object, then this section around, it needs to still show something. Black holes don't appear out of nowhere. They're not like... Maybe they are a little bit like bubbles. Yeah, especially when I look at all of the examples of black holes, there is this thing that they never have a well-defined boundary. They have quite often a well-defined center, this black part, but outside there is a smooth gradient. So that makes it harder to put behind.
Did I cook Codegestrel or Codestrel cooked me?
URL.
This should be forbidden. This doesn't feel, it's not strictly template metaprogramming, but it really feels like template metaprogramming. So this is this is not a specialization. It's definitely a variant of this method. Is this even allowed? So my question to you, how does it work with multiple inheritance? Or diamond inheritance?
Const ref overload is to constrain passing const t to instance of odd.
Yeah, I meant that I'm not familiar with concepts, but typically specialization of a template, and this is a specialization of a template, right? Const exp bool instance of, yeah. Const from. Oh, sorry, no, this is not a specialization. It's an overload, okay. I thought the argument is the same. So is this actually good for anything? This is the RTTI, right? I mean, alternative to C++ RTTI, where you have a custom instance of methods in every class.
Well, if doesn't work, it's on Implementer to fix it. Works for my use case.
Okay. Large black hole behind canvas. This is something we could do. Because this is something that can appear and disappear. So behind the canvas we will have a big black ball like that.
I primarily didn't like the idea of having a true 50 templates per each invocation as per implementation provided by LVM support casting. HH.
Oh yeah, that sounds interesting. I was actually looking at an alternative to dynamic cast, something that would work similarly to LLVM RTTI. Is this compatible with LLVM? With their syntax? I mean, they have. What methods do they use? They use class of. Yeah, I will think about this, but I will be changing the. I will be trying to remove all of the instance of. Sorry, not instance of all of the dynamic cast, which there is 61 right now. Probably a couple of them are obsolete. Some of those graphics are really nice. Okay, we are going to do this on Shader Toy. We will start with a prototype, obviously. Sign in. Start with
Mine is
box.
based on LVM style RTE, but I'm planning on constraining to more linear inheritances. So I can allow for type tagging and categorization for types that need that.
Alt enter. Oh yeah. Okay, there is our box. Now I just need to rescale it. Okay, now it makes sense. Divide by I, make it rectangular. So I'm placing a rectangle right now that pretends to be the canvas. Just a rectangle, right? Behind the rectangle we will have the black hole. Should use a return statement or something like that. But the idea would be like that. We will have a canvas, and behind canvas there will be a large black hole. I still don't like it very much. Okay, now in this section here, and maybe this here, we could have rotating noise. So in the red sections, we will put this rotating swirling matter. This is a nice type of noise. Do we even need derivatives? A is a float, T is a float. No, we don't need any derivatives. This is enough. H is... What's H doing? It's hard to say. It's first image to the left. Okay, so we have something. It's like that. Now animate it.
Chanda16 says,
Inday, Job, what you do?
Hey, I used to work on cybersecurity. Right now I'm working full-time on Automat, so on this tool.
How come get eso now?
GLSL is mostly hobby.
Automat.
Yep. You can check it out. It's like it's a macro recording tool. Okay, I think it's no point putting iTime here.
Wait, PhD in L.
Yeah. Those are nice patterns.
How did you got started with Shader Toy?
I actually don't remember. I think it was just for drawing graphics. I mean, there is really no... It's not a super practical skill, right? It's mostly hobby done for fun.
If I have to learn it, how do I get started about it?
Clicking the new button. Yeah, and then you will need a GLSL reference card. Yeah, this sounds good. This is pretty much how it looks. It's a free PDF, man. It's an image, just an image. Somewhere here you will find a list of functions that you have available. Oh yeah, this is OpenGL shading language. And it tells you what operations you have available. And then you play with it. And that's it. There are some good resources. There is this blog. Unfortunately, it didn't exist when I learned it, but it's really, really good. The guy is called Inigo Quiles, and he made a shader toy.
Okay, but math stuff, give me.
Yeah, I think there are tools right now which are making it slightly easier to play with shaders. I think there is something called Substance Designer. My wife works on 3D graphics. She works with this. I think it's a similar idea, but it's graph-based, so it works somewhat like that. You connect boxes and it produces textures.
This chat make me sound strange.
Okay, I want to animate this, so here, instead of adding a fixed vector, I think we could do this. Let's do full screen. So now we have something like that, a moving distortion. Could probably add this everywhere. It's slightly more distortion-y.
So my plan is to learn it and use them in landing web pages or marketing pages.
Oh yeah, this is actually a great use case for GLSL.
And games I might build.
Yeah, yeah.
I am a web dev.
I will add the same offset everywhere. I don't think it will make any difference. Makes a difference. It's boring.
Cyber job, PhD in the L. Automate product, interesting career.
Yeah.
You have customer for Automat?
No. It's a freeware, yeah.
Okay.
I'm a customer. So there is this fun way to play games, right? When you play literally any game that you are playing can be automated in some way. Like recently I was playing Final Fantasy VII, and Final Fantasy VII has just terribly boring combat. So I didn't do this, but for instance, when I'm kind of annoyed with a game too much, I tend to write a script that will play it for me. And Automat is kind of making this more systematic. I'm writing tool to play games.
CP Chica says,
He has me as CC Pi, continuous CP Yapper.
Chanda16 says,
Any game can be automated?
CP Chica says,
Chando16. I have tried it on FTEL with some success.
There are different categories of games, like 3D games with incomplete knowledge of the world. Obviously it's going to be very hard, but macros, simple reactions, like you can program a macro, right? That's easy. You can program a reaction that will react, for example, to some text being present on the screen. Not speaking of Automat, but in general, like reacting to screen contents is rather easy. Writing games where you have incomplete information about the world is harder, but more interesting. And there is also a whole category of games where you do search to play them. So you have some form of representation of the state of the game, like chess. And then you explore potential moves that you can go to. And by searching this space of potential states, you can find decent moves. It's much, much harder in kind of complex worlds. A lot of games is very simple. I mean, not very simple. It is hard. Like, this is why it's interesting. But it's doable. And there are, if you're coding, there are some competitions that are about of playing games. So most of the programming competitions are about algorithm design, but there are some programming marathons where you go and program AI that plays a game against other AIs. This is also a fun category of competitions. Okay, it's noise. I want a 2D noise. Okay, this is actually changing directions now. Interesting. Let's call this offset 1. Offset 2, and let's also put offset 3 here. You can see that the stuff that I'm doing right now, it doesn't make any sense. This is why this is why playing with shaders is fun. It's just typing random stuff. It usually does something.
Chande 16 says,
You did a THD with full-time job?
Yes, and it was brutal. Okay, black hole shouldn't be so colorful. And the direction doesn't make a lot of sense here.
I do have the same plan.
It is hard. Day job tends to drain your energy, so that in the evening, after you're back, you don't really have a lot to work on writing anything. So my trick was to write in the mornings, and at some point I even took a 3-month leave of absence to just focus on writing and to have a break from the work. Now I'm looking at this idea, and I'm not sure if it's really cool enough. Maybe I could use something else as a metaphor for trash. Black hole is nice. Black hole is nice though. I think I will change this. I will remove the sphere from the outside. I will try to put a notch in the corner and I will see how that works. Yeah. Okay, this is our box distance function. And this is the notch distance. It's decent. Absolutely decent. Oh yeah, I forgot to draw the white inside. One. Okay, we have a cutout. Finally. The corner is slightly broken. This probably is not very important. So I am able to subtract from this big black rectangle this small whitish section here. Really, I shouldn't care about what's happening in this section here because it's not going to be visible on screen anyway. I could stop Automat. So I think this creation disk should also cover the canvas a little bit. So, and that its strength now we have something that's very strong in the center and gets weaker as we go out. And I think to make it swell properly, I guess I have to learn how this function works. So otherwise it's just some very weird noise. because this is simplex noise. Should get bright at the very center. Weird. Oh no, I think I will do the swirl by doing something different. Speaking of, GLSL. Okay, we have something that looks like rotating gas. Now and I also bend it a little bit. I can. Okay. Something that looks like a rotating disk of matter now. The inside is not looking very great. I think this is because we are adding this here. Make the internal slope sharper.
TP Chica says,
I guess my RTDI works as intended now.
URL.
Oh yeah, some tests. I guess this could be tested with static asserts even, right? Because a lot of those casts are const exp. I will keep this around.
I had to check his base off because mfirm believer that base class should not have static method to confirm that base is base.
This is how it looks when I increase the radius of the black button. Maybe I could also increase the granularity of this.
And I might have designed detail problem where done. And D2 should accept and propagate type of diamond tip. Down the line. Down the line.
when I see this, I really wish C++ had nice reflection. Because with reflection, none of those templates would be necessary.
CP26 implement reflection.
I mean, yes, it's there, but it's... I've seen the syntax. I totally don't get what it does. I really wish reflection worked like in Zig. In Zig, reflection is... It uses the same rules as the language. I don't see why this wouldn't be the case in C++. What coefficients? I guess it's okay. We have some form of rotating disk. I would like to remove this central element. Okay, this is interesting effect. Looks a little bit like a black hole, right? I bet if we made a circle in the center, it would totally look like a black hole. This one also looks fine. I think this noise could also evolve. That would be nice. Slowly, but it could. Now I have a black hole kind of in the center. Okay, let's see. I'm not using the pattern anymore. Yeah, I'm not using. I'm just using noise cloud. unnecessarily complex. Oh yeah, there it was. 3D simplex noise. Basic stuff. MIT, cool. So this is just simplex and this is simplex 3D fractal. The problem is that now I am passing a two-dimensional position, and that should be three-dimensional. Okay, now it just works. Have a nice rotating cloud. Actually very smooth cloud. And I can now make it animated. Animates a little bit too fast. A little too slow now. Cool. Now there is one more part to this effect that I would like to add, and this other part is stretching of the object that is being pulled in. But to do this we will need multiple shaders. It's something that I have actually never done before. So let's save it. We will play with this a little bit. So let's create a new temporary buffer. Yeah, that looks fine. And Can I preview it? Interesting. Okay, I need to grab some food. I will make a break, and I also need to read some manual about how to use samplers. So, yeah. Short break. Or maybe I can use this text here. Let's see. This is called buffers. So many fun shapes. Oh yeah, this is going to be nice. We will do neon cut being pulled into black hole. I also think that we could play a video. This video doesn't have transparency, but it has a green channel. It should be keyable. Oh no, I think we'll go with neon cut. Okay, so let's set channel 0 to this texture. E. Why does it feel only half of the buffer? Oh no, this is why. I have a mistake here. This is perfectly fine. Okay. So okay. Some animation now. Okay, I have no idea why, but this... I don't know why it works. I have no idea. Let's add another buffer. Okay, this is just a preview of the buffer array. I wonder why it works. Such a strange way. So this is our full texture. (156 by 32). I see. So this nyan cat is placed here. You wonder what's the resolution of this nyan cat. It's probably not rectangular. Not sure. Maybe I will just keep it like that. Let's do UV. Let's copy the texture. And let's switch this to buffer B. Okay, so in buffer A, what this buffer does, it just samples a single nyan cat image. Actually, maybe I don't need buffer A and B. Maybe I don't need it. Okay, I have to grab the food, so I will mute myself and I will cue a video from YouTube. One of my favorite channels uploaded a new video a couple of days ago, so we can take a look at that.
The International
This is Lori Wired. She's a reverse engineer and she makes solid content on YouTube. So let's listen to what she has to say.
Obfuscated C Code Contest, or IOCCC, is a competition for poorly written C code. Now I know what you're thinking. This is my time to shine.
Yeah, it's one of the most impressive coding competitions I know of. It's because the tricks there, they are just so unique. It's here. I actually wonder, is it still being run, this competition? It was a thing years ago. I thought it ran out of kind of looks like it's still happening. Okay, so it had some breaks. It had some breaks.
But not really. There are rules that you have to follow when producing this bad C code. The goal of the competition is to obfuscate the source code to make it as difficult to read as possible while still maintaining the core functionality. IOCCC programmers use a lot of clever tricks to produce the worst code you've ever read in your life in the coolest way possible. But hey, I'm a reverse engineer, so I deal with obfuscated code all day long. So how hard could it be to read? Now I have a theory. The source code might be messy, but if we did something different and analyzed the compiled binary using some special tools...
Only thing I don't like about C is there is too many spikes.
The plan is to compile some of the winning obfuscated C submissions and use a popular open source reverse engineering tool by the NSA called Ghidra. Now this tool is a decompiler that will provide me an approximated view of the application code. First I want to test my gut feeling as a reverse engineer and see if I can guess which submissions Ghidra is going to process well versus not. Then I'll try running the application, see how close I was to getting the correct behavior, and also see how actually difficult it was to decipher. So let's start ranking. This one is Weaver, if you're looking at it in the IOCCC page. I do see a lot of calls to common library methods. So this is going to be very clear and easy to see inside of Ghidra. So my gut feeling, I'm going to give this like a rank maybe 4 out of difficulty. I don't think it's going to be too terribly difficult. Moving on to our next one, we've got the Kurdyakov 3 source code submission right here. If you look at the top, these hashtag defines are going to be the macros, which are kind of like smart find and replace operations that are performed by the preprocessor on this code. You see that kind of got like this square obfuscation technique. I think I'm gonna give this one
really
a
need an
3.
upgrade in form of reference
I feel like
operator.
I'm getting overconfident here, but let's see. Next submission.
Yeah, and actually no. References could be largely, yeah, made implicit. The compiler couldn't just resolve all of them. So about those obfuscated code pieces, they're obviously obfuscated. So this is not really the coolest examples. The nicest examples from these competitions are pieces of code where if you read them, it does one thing, but when you actually execute them, the code does another thing. And they can be very simple when you read them, like obviously this code should, do this, but in reality it does something completely different. Those sneaky obfuscated code is much more impressive than just, wall of text where you removed all of white space and renamed identifiers to single letter variables. They probably do interesting things to obfuscate, but yeah, the coolest ones are the ones which employ some form of misdirection.
Endo 1. And this looks a little weird. Oh my goodness, this goes on.
Yeah, like this one. It's obviously
I'm
obfuscated.
not seeing any strings, but I'm getting some weird vibes here. I feel like this is defining additional code. My spidey senses are tingling, and I'm gonna give this one a 7. Taking a look at cable 1 submission, and it's not looking too spooky. We've got our macro definitions, we've got a lot of strings inside of here, and then we've got the indentation obfuscation. So I'm going to rank this the same as the Kurdyakov one and give this a 3. Going on to the how source code submission.
Just a reference is enough. Everything else I can handle by
I'm gonna
hand.
give it an 8. Is cable 2 even obfuscated? It doesn't really look like they did anything to it. I'm gonna give this one a solid 2. Whoa, code meow looks
Exactly what she just mentioned. The one that doesn't even seem to be obfuscated. Yeah, those are the nicest. So what do we have here? A Unicode? Okay. This is L, but this is probably non-ASCII version of L. It's even highlighted in orange, in yellow rectangle. So code highlighting works differently here. Okay, I'm very curious what this one is going to do. So if you just read the code, it will just print a sequence of squares. Yeah.
Did anything to it? I'm gonna give this one a solid 2. Whoa, Code Meow looks so sick. The nice tidbit here is that C doesn't actually care about the spacing inside of programs, so you can like literally do whatever spacing you want and it's all gonna work perfectly fine. I'm getting some questionable vibes from it. I think I'm gonna give this one a 6. Last one, looking at Kramer's submission. This one really doesn't look too bad. Again, everyone's going for the square technique this year. I feel like this one's somewhere in the middle. I don't think I've done a 5 yet, so we're gonna give this one a solid 5. Now we have our final projected difficulty rankings, so let's go through and see how right my gut was. Or how wrong it was. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna open it up in Ghidra, do a little bit of analysis, then I'm gonna take an educated guess on what I think the functionality is, and then finally I'm going to execute the program to see whether my guess was right or not. Alright, this is the Weaver submission, and here is a reminder is the original obfuscated source code for this. So I originally gave this one a 4 out of 10 for difficulty. I didn't think it was going to be too terribly difficult. It seems relatively reasonable. We've got a lot of character arrays inside of this. So time for the moment of truth. Let's open this up inside of Ghidra and see if I was right. Alright, here it is. This doesn't look too terrible. We have all of our standard library calls inside of this. This is very nice. This is like never here when I'm reverse engineering code normally. This is so wonderful. Okay, I'm standing by my decision here. I don't think this looks too terribly bad. Let's take a moment. I'm going to analyze this and we'll take a look at it marked up.
2 hours later.
So I've taken the time to analyze this application, renamed all the variables and methods inside of it so that we can understand better what's happening, and I think I've got a pretty good idea in general of what's going on. So this is probably playing some kind of sound in the background. I'm guessing some kind of music for this particular application, and at the same time it is running a graphic. So there's a couple main functions for generating the audio inside of this. You can see the associated code with this going through and playing that audio sample. And then if I continue on inside of the code and look towards the bottom, we're definitely doing some kind of animation at the same time simultaneously. So that's my prediction here. Animation with background sound. And that's probably as specific as I can get. I don't know exactly what animation it's going to be, but I think that's close enough. All right, let's see if I was correct. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Well, I was right. Animation plus sound. Okay, this is a rickroll. This is amazing.
But just putting a bunch of constants in your source code
No.
is it's such an obvious kind of place to kind of hide. I'm not even sure it's so. A lot of this obfuscation, it really relies on like tricks that the source code uses to hide its meaning. She kind of bypassed it completely. Like I wouldn't even think of jumping through a decompiler, looking through a decompiler at decompiled code.
Let you down, never go turn around, hurt you.
The default approach for obfuscation, the obfuscation, is to like run the code through preprocessor to get rid of the macros, and then clean it up to see what it actually does.
I can't believe I just got rickrolled by an IOCCC submission. That's wonderful. Well, I do have to say, technically I was right. It was an animation, and there was even music in the background. So let's go over to the score. I was pretty right. I'm going to give myself that one. And honestly, the code wasn't too terrible to analyze. It didn't take me that long to figure out what was going on. There were not too many components to it. It was mostly just two main ones, sound and animation. So I think I'm going to stick with my 4 verdict. It really was not too bad. The worst part was that I got rickrolled from it. I should dock off points for that. Suddenly become a 0 in difficulty because you rickrolled me. Alright, Kurdikov 3 submission, and if you remember, this is what the original source code looked like, and I gave this a ranking of 3 for difficulty because I really didn't think it was going to be that challenging. I think that Ghidra's going to do a pretty good job. Now let's open this up inside of Ghidra to view the approximated code in this application, and this is really not looking too terribly bad. It's an extremely short application. Not very much going on in this. I don't even see really external function calls. So I'm feeling pretty confident about my 3 verdict here. I think this is going to be good.
3 agonizing hours later.
Oh my gosh, I've analyzed this application and I completely changed my mind on the difficulty level of this. So what they're actually doing is they're implementing an entire virtual machine inside of this application. And what that means is it has a list of bytecode that it's reading in the instructions from and a for loop that's dynamically deciding what instruction to execute based off of the input bytecode or output.
This is, by the way, a very common technique of binary protection, to encrypt a piece of code as in a custom VM. And the custom VM could be really nasty when it comes to understanding what it does. The VM could really change behavior of what it's doing while it's doing this. It could encrypt the memory that it processes. It could be of pseudo-random, so the VM could pseudo-randomly jump to a different, location than it should. Nice stuff. I think some game protectors also use this technique, VM-based obfuscation.
Opcodes.
Oh, and the VM can in turn execute another VM. So it can be done on a matryoshka style, several levels deep. Then it's fun to debug.
So it's a very complex, entire virtual instruction set architecture built inside of this application. I can't believe they've done this. I cannot believe they have done this. Is that a Vine?
I can't believe you've done this.
Anyway, if we look down here, this location actually defines an offset that has all of the bytecode that's going to be used for dynamically deciding what instruction to execute. So to summarize, I have absolutely no idea what this application does. Time for the moment of truth. Is it a Hello World application? Whoa, okay. Whoa. Oh my gosh. There's no way. It's Doom. Oh my gosh. Okay, how do I start? Okay, new game. Okay. Oh my gosh. It actually works. This is really playing Doom. Inside of all that, this is running inside of a virtual machine and the performance is like really good. I guess anything really can run Doom. Can I jump? No, I can't jump. Can I shoot? No, I can't shoot. Okay. So even so, I'm gonna give it credit here because I can move around and I can play Doom inside of here. This is absolutely insane. Alright, this one, I don't know, this one should just win the overall competition. Okay, let's go through and score this one. Now, I had originally thought this was going to be really easy, so I gave this one a 3. Boy, was I incredibly wrong. I did not foresee that they had implemented an entire virtual machine in this, so for level of difficulty, since it completely stumped me and I had no idea, this one has to receive a final difficulty rating of 10. That one really took me by surprise. Alright, Endo 1 submission. And if you remember, this is what the original code looked like. Really long. And I gave this one a 7 out of 10 because I do think something weird is going on here. And it's like they're defining code inside of the defined code. And I'm honestly not sure what that's going to look like in Ghidra, if it's going to be able to fix it. So moment of truth here. Let's pull this up inside of Ghidra and see. Oh, okay. Yeah. What am I looking at? It looks like they're defining extra code inside of the defined code. So from a reverse engineering perspective, this makes it basically impossible for me to mark up this application because what am I going to do? I can't mark up code that isn't actually defined inside of the code, so this basically makes my job entirely impossible. Also looking at this is incredibly long, defined inside of one single function. What on earth are they doing? Taking a look at this, I don't think I can perform any additional analysis on this to get any extra behavior. So my projection for what this is doing is, I have no idea. So a moment of truth.
But it has
Let's go
to
over the
invoke
code.
compiler somehow
Run this application
recurrently.
and see what happens. I don't know what's gonna happen here. We're building an image. Ooh. Well, this is interesting. This is doing some pixelation and image building over here. We're gonna get an 8x8 image. Oh, this is tiny. The tiniest image I've ever seen in my life. I had $1 for every pixel in this image. I would have like $8. Okay, we can build a better image than that. Okay, we're killing this process.
Some kind of ray tracer, I guess.
Oh my gosh, 128 by 128. If I can't even generate a 32 by 32, we're just going to completely fail on that size. They do have some examples inside of here for larger images. So let's see what this is. Oh, this one's getting a little bit clearer. Oh, okay, this is like a little 3D ball. Oh, that's why it's so intensive, because it's actually rendering 3D images here. Ooh, we do have...
Speaking of rendering, let's go back to our black hole. So we have this nyan cat. Let's call this P. Okay. It still does what it used to do. That's good. That's good because I would like to reposition it. I want to use iMouse. Yeah. I think I should do this clamping here. We have our tiny nyan cat now. I can attach it to the mouse. E minus. Okay, now I can move this around, and it even works here. So now, this shader is going to be recurrent. So it's going to grab our cut and stretch it in some direction. Is the alpha. Okay, I can just use mix, apparently. So I'm just grabbing the old texture. Okay, now I can move this around. And I am retaining the previous value. This UV mouse. Okay, it slowly fades to gray. Black, I mean. Now I want to like that. Okay, now our cat is pulled somewhere. Exactly where I want. Okay. Hmm. call this just P. Now the kitten is being pulled inside. So essentially here, when I'm doing this division by 9, I could basically shift the P towards the edge of the black hole. And that should give the effect of being pulled in. Okay, now the kitty is being pulled in. there is one thing which would help right now, and that would be a function that would give me this distance. This, because the gradient of this function tells me in what direction the cut should be pulled in. It should be pulled in towards growing values. Okay. I will try to put this in a function. Now I can use the same function here. This is something strange. So we have the distance, now we can get the derivatives. Oh, I guess this gradient is just very, very small. Yeah. Now it makes sense. Or does it? Maybe it makes sense. Let's remove rotation. Let's remove this. Now I have just shadow of the cut. I should subtract it. I know what's the issue. It's being kind of pulled towards negative values now, but the minimum value is here. So I should transform this dist. Something like that. Now the cut is pulled towards the edge. It's being stretched. Now the horizon of the black hole pulls the cut in. Probably add rotation as well. Depending on the size of the screen, I'm getting different results. This is probably I'm using a mixture of a couple different coordinate systems. This rotation is too strong. Okay, I guess now it behaves more. Is it behaving more consistently? I'll also do this. No, but unfortunately here it's stronger. If I'm further away from the edge. And this is also interesting glitch. Actually, I should be only trying this in the black area, because the black area shows where the objects would actually be thrown out. I like that it accelerates near the edge, but I need to tweak this formula a little bit. The function looks like that, and I want something maybe like that. I added a modification so that it's not pulled directly towards the center, but more along the trajectory, I mean to the side, a little bit to the side. This is strange. Why is it pulled in two directions?
I might be cooking some nasty compile errors.
URL.
Looking at that templates, I'm not surprised. So now I'm trying to fix the direction in which the cut is being pulled. After I fix the direction issues, because like, for instance here it's being pulled to the right at the top part, to the left in the bottom part. It shouldn't work like that. Here the same problem. I think the magnitude is good. And this is cool. It's pulled along the edge. Okay, so this is the sideways pull. I think I could use absolute value here. Yeah, in places where there is a discontinuity.
Found one comp error. RT extends class does not have public methods.
This could be interesting for the inside part of the SDF. Right now it's fairly has those rough edges.
Robot just told that I need to describe types with enum and waste memory. I can just implement base template method called iscastable from and specialize it per type. Do I know I type? Correction, that I don't need to describe types with enum.
LLMs tend to implement everything in the most corporate way possible. By corporate, I mean they tend to add useless features like that, like useless tags, useless getters and setters. There's tons of this. It's very hard to force LLM to provide a short and sweet solution.
I'm not sure how I feel about that, other than I could force it to be, quote, compile time information. Getter and setters on struct enum type.
Okay, those are some nice tricks. I think it would be nice to have this smooth subtract. Intersect is just maximum, right? Or minimum. Maximum. Well, I'm thinking about this central hall is not going to be here anyway. Yeah, the problem with this box is that there are those discontinuities inside. If this was smooth, it doesn't really make much sense. Smooth internals of an SDF. Okay, let's bring back the everything. Okay, I just had to change function from square to square root. I wonder why it's not pulled inside, but actually that's not very important. Okay. So when I'm doing this offset, I'm using a combination of two different methods. For moving it closer, I'm using power of the distance. And for moving it along the axis, I'm using square root. Okay, so this is why it was missing from the inside. Because of square root. Okay, so this is our black hole effect. Can make this darker. I wonder why it's missing from here, but let me see. Okay, now it will work. Okay, I guess this kind of works. The Nyan Cat has this problem that it has a black contour, and this black contour messes up some of the graphics. One cool thing about this effect is that it has this kind of time travel connotations. You know, when something falls into the black hole, it moves forward in time, right? So I think it connects nicely with the ability to recover objects from the black hole. Out of curiosity, I wanted to see some other ideas, what other people created on Shader Toy. Let's check out black holes. This is a nice effect. I wonder if it's heavy. Oh yeah, it is. Super heavy. This is a 3D black hole. Really sweet effect. Also probably pretty heavy compared to the stuff that we have. See ray tracing, and ray tracing is kind of nice for black holes because you can like literally bend the rays, like ray marching. I thought those black holes are "3D." We don't want 3D because our shape is kind of funny. The shape that we want to pretend it's a black hole. This is a very nice effect. I guess, yeah, it's using wave propagation. I never could get such a smooth wave propagation. I always had some pixel artifacts. Nice. Look at others. I guess all of the black holes are going to be black circles. One of the things we need is non-circular shape. This shader looks nice. This is a nice UV setup. This is nice. Wobbly light simulation.
Chandu16 says,
The black hole is eating your time for sure.
I think totally something like that could be integrated into our black hole.
Looks nice.
Yeah. I'm still thinking how to make it appear.
Can you please explain how your black hole actually works? Do you have Discord community?
Yeah. You can check. You're on Twitch, so there should be an invite somewhere below the stream.
Community.
So this is Automat. right? The way that I'm drawing the canvas right now is that the window has a gray background, and that's just it. And within the window, I am drawing a rectangle minus a circle. If I'm holding an object, I'm subtracting a circle from this rectangle. So this is what I'm drawing right now. And to get something like this,
Open Guild app.
Vulkan actually. Vulkan, but I have regular GLSL shaders here.
Nice.
So I think when I grab an object, I will have to create a full screen kind of overlay for this black hole. And that's going to be rendered between the object that I'm grabbing and above the everything else, below the toolbar. Yeah, like another full screen texture that's going to be composited with everything. And this black hole, so I will tell you one thing about writing shaders. Different people approach it differently, but the way I do it, I don't know how it works. It's about tweaking the math in places where it could help. And eventually, I accumulate good tweaks and it starts looking nice. I know I have some noise, but this circling animation that I have here.
CP Chica says,
One thing about writing shaders, don't write black hole shader.
Yeah. So there are some tricks that eventually some techniques of achieving some very small effects that you eventually accumulate. Like, for instance, here was one. So initially I had problem for a long time because this effect here was very heavy and it had very long radius of effect. This is something that I knew is in range 0.1. So I know that if something is in range 0.1, I can bend it a little bit by squaring it or taking a square root. So I squared it twice to get like a sharper edge and a long, slow fade to nothing. Yeah, I'm not that great in shaders, but it's enough to achieve what I want, usually. The cut is interesting. It's going to be very hard to achieve in Automat, because I don't have infrastructure for caching and reusing textures across frames. This is going to be problematic. Yeah, but I'll see. So we will move this into Automat on the next stream. Right now I'm still browsing and looking what other people made. This one actually potentially is 2D. Yeah, this is 2-dimensional.
Chando16 says,
How does it work? Looks nice.
Okay. Yeah, this is also based on SDF.
SDF? What is that?
Mhm. So anything about shaders, you can type in Google Inigo and something, and it will point you to really high quality article that explains this. So SDFs are mathematical functions that can describe shapes. So the function takes a coordinate and returns a distance from this shape. So here is an SDF that defines a circle. You know, it's a very simple one. It's something that we learn in schools. But there are other SDFs that produce different shapes. SDFs are bread and butter of modern shaders, especially in 3D. In 3D, there are all sorts of tricks that can be used to render 3D fractals, really crazy rendering techniques.
They supposed to write UI like this, instead made CSS show.
Yeah, it's totally possible. Absolutely. So for instance, I can take though my own SDF function. I can put it here. There is no SD box. I need SD box.
What? Really?
I'm trying to port my shape, the shape that I used, into this other shader, because shaders are kind of well defined. So if I am using SDF and this shader is using SDF, then it's possible to make it work. But I think I need to make it sharper, maybe.
So first I need think about shapes, then effect, then animation?
No, probably not. It's when starting out, it's actually good to just follow some tutorials. Yeah, just my general advice for learning programming is to pick a tutorial, take one lesson from the tutorial, first do it, and then before moving to the next lesson, to just do something crazy with the ideas from the first lesson. Like spend the day playing with the first lesson, then move to the next one. Just to take it really slow and experiment.
Can you make water?
Yeah, water is actually rather famous. So water follows, I mean, there is water in Automat. So if I open some instructions, conditional jumps, yeah. Where do we have water? Here. So one of the instructions actually has water simulation inside it.
This Wii is really good.
It's like everything we are doing is just playing with UI.
All of this we with old candle.
Yeah, the water was behaving weird. But it does work. It does work. It even bends the light. So many unnecessary things. But okay, I was playing with this black hole idea. It's not quite what I'm looking for. But that was another SDF-based black hole. I didn't expect that. This one is cool.
Open yours. How did you made the wrapping?
Wrapping? What do you mean by wrapping?
There
This
was
was
black
insane.
and gold black hole.
Yeah, this one isn't mine. This one is something from Shader Toy. This technique that is being used here, this is something that you can do if you have a noisy texture and you use noise repeatedly to display the position where you look up the noise.
This
And this
time
is-
you made the pool-like thing.
Yeah. This is called FBM. I don't know what it means.
How we take this and put in webpage hero sectoin or section down. Also, can we make that interactive?
Yeah, it would be nice. That could totally be interactive. This one is very nice. I like the colors. And the stars. Yeah, they look so nice. Sorry, what? How short was it? Oh no, it has plenty of buffers. Okay. Okay.
There was a girl who enhanced the real black hole when humans first captured with a cam. It was like 2018, I think.
Yeah.
She used OpenGL and shaders. This one is oakish. Nothing special.
Yeah, but there is some elegance to this simplicity. It's very minimalistic black hole, but you immediately see what it is.
Circle and something around it. How did add those to circle chirp?
So I guess this is the wavy part. He takes sinus of current angle times c.
Yeah, wave interesting. It is glassy too.
I mean, it would be possible to add something similar to this shader. I'm not sure if it won't be too boring.
How you will make a plate. Planet like moon or something.
I'm not going to. The point of the black hole is to be just a metaphor for deleting objects. There will be no solar systems.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I'm gonna go. Be right back.
I see this is actually a UY component.
Okay, I want to see everything that Shader Toy has on black holes. So I guess some of them would be useful. So during the next stream, I would like to prototype those alternative effects, those two specifically. The one which actually kind of pulls stuff in, and the one which has those waves. And maybe others.
How do you take this and add it to your code?
So this one isn't strictly using an SDF, but I guess I will be able to plug in the distance somewhere. So see, there is this length here, this length from the center. So this black hole is defined in terms of radius. So if I replace this radius with, for example, distance from the edge of the rectangle that I have, it should just work. I will have to provide proper angle and proper radius, and that should be it.
I mean to your Automat, the shader you made to your Automat product.
Yeah. So Automat can actually ingest some shaders, very similar ones to GLSL. I need to tweak a couple small things in a shader and I can basically copy paste it and it works.
You use a framework, or what you using?
It's a library called Skia. Skia is actually the same library which is being used by Chrome to render those shaders. Funnily. Okay, something interesting here. Oh, too crazy. I really like this effect.
You saw people make shader that react with music.
So you basically take this channel and replace it with music. And you can literally sample the spectrum of the music which is being played. This is a cool effect. increase the number of... Oh, I thought this was done in, in a more clever way. So the complexity of this shader grows with time.
How do you know?
What do you mean? This shader, because there is a loop which doesn't have a constant termination. The termination depends on time.
Complexity, you mean, for maintaining the code?
No, in algorithmic complexity, there is this property of programs. It's like each program has a class. It belongs to some kind of mathematical category. Yeah, something like that. So this one depends on time, which is being surprising. Like, I haven't seen this in a shader yet.
Okay, on Skur.
This is something similar to what we have done. Pretty. I think it's a nicer combination of colors. I mean, we have just black and white. Crush. I see. Oh yeah, this is our black hole. This one isn't doing much. This one similar to that one. Not as nice. Okay. So this is getting late, but we can plan the next stream. So during the next stream, I would like to take my SDF I would like to apply some of those other ideas. Like, this one is... I know it's very boring, but I like readable stuff. This is very readable. You look at it, yes, it's a black hole. It's a very cartoonish black hole.
Which OS you are using?
This is Gentoo. I'm using actually a couple different OSs. On my streaming machine I'm using Windows actually. Is a swirly one. I don't know how, but it seems like people know how to do those cool gradients. I'm very bad at this. This is deep purple. So the plan is to basically that is the plan. Anyway, I don't like how this connection is made here, but anyway. So during the next stream we'll play with some other shaders, and probably we will pick the nice one, the nicest one. And we'll port it to Automat. Yep, that's the plan. So, see you on Friday. Bye bye.